Hello and welcome back everybody. Welcome back to the stream, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the VOD if you're watching this after the fact. Now I've got my tea for my snivelly nose, and I think I am ready to depart. As you can see, I've mounted some wall shelves. I try to do like simple tasks every day just to get the move done. It's just so much. Hello, Vincent, Fabrizio, welcome in. Right. Let's get going then, shall we? Oop. Yeah, I physically walked over here, so I have to get back on our boat. Now, last time we were involved in a wolf pack, where we were unfortunately the only boat that actually did any work on that, and we got hit very, very hard. But everything's back to normal now. We are repaired. We've got our crew back. Yeah, 20 men. We've got 7 officers, and we should have enough spare parts. We do indeed. Okay, then let's get out of Brest. It is 11 PM, so that's not good. We could have a better departure time. But let's go regardless. Both engines dead slow ahead. And rudder amidships. And then we get pumped to sea level. In this case, they're pumping water out of pen. Oh, we must be leaving at low water then. Low tide. Starboard 2. And rudder amidships. And we are almost out of the pen. We'll wait for the stern to clear. There we go. No traffic. As per usual, hard to port. And we can probably turn off the searchlight. That's the pier. We need to get all the way around that. Port of Brest is pretty large. Right, but if traffic seems to be clear enough, we can increase speed a little bit.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Both engines ahead slow. And that's the gap. So, new course. Zero. 7-0.
Ja.
We'll see. Let's try 070.
Oder Mittschiffs. Kurs 7-0.
Yep.
Ja.
And he immediately leaves the bridge. Stay up there, you silly goose. YouTube, you are worrying me. Oh, I didn't even know there was a lighthouse out there. Let's time skip a little bit here. And starboard 10.
10 Grad. Steuerbord.
And amidships. Oh, we've got the lighting bug again. Wonder when that happens. Castle up there as well. Strange. Only seems to happen when we go through the locks. Oh, the entry. Starboard 20.
20 Grad. Steuerbord.
And amidships.
Mittschiffs.
And steady as she goes on 250. It's not a on-off thing. It seems to be gradual. The further we get away from the port entry, the less red we become. Strange lighting bug.
Kurs setzen.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Who's complaining about too much work already? We just cast off. What's going on with you guys?
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Go.
Kurs setzen.
And we don't really have a mission objective at the moment, because we fulfilled it when we attacked that convoy. But we've only been at sea for 9 days, so I want to get back out here and hunt some more.
Kurs setzen.
And maybe we'll find something nice. If they do come in over the Bravo Delta line here,
Kurs setzen.
maybe if we search along that area, maybe we find something. Who knows? Oh. There's a radio. A radar detector contact. Still very far away. Again, don't want to take any chances with that. Raise the snorkel mast.
Schnorchel ausfahren.
And both engines full speed ahead. There we go. Snorkel is up. We have achieved full speed and the depth below keel here. Let's see what that is. Okay, so we can go down to 30. Let's do that.
Tauchen auf 30 Meter.
Hatch is closed. Tank is flooding. Very nice. And the radar warning receiver is spazzing out as per usual. There we go.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
What's with water in the bilge? Nearly a quarter of nearly a cubic meter. Let's get that out.
25 Meter.
Thank you. And we'll try to stay down here for as long as we can.
Aktuelle Tiefe 20 Meter.
And we are at 30 meters. Very nice. And at that point, both engines full speed ahead.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And we'll just stay down here until the weather up there improves and we can snorkel. What was that? Oh, grounding out. Bring us up 10 meters then.
Tauchen auf 20 Meter.
25 Meter.
Can you actually see through that? Probably not, no. Down scope anyway. It should get deeper soon, shouldn't it? Let's see it here. 50 meters below the keel. Okay, bring us down to, well, 50 then.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
40 Meter.
20 to spare, very nice. And then you can get on the map.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Are you not also on the map? Hang on.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
That's the new guy. The FNG, yes. I want you to have 6. Why does it do 4 when I press the number 6? There we go. Ah, because I had the num block off. So now he's, yeah, now he's working on the map, and that means our commanding officer doesn't need to work on the map, and he can have some time off. Worry about different things. Nice.
Weißt du, ich hatte eine Freundin zu Hause. Wir haben Stunden damit verbracht, entlang des Flusses zu spazieren, miteinander geredet und die Gesellschaft genossen. Ich frage mich, was sie jetzt macht.
50 Meter.
Don't, Sommer, don't ask questions that you don't want to hear the answer to. I've seen so many people get Dear John letters, man. It's crazy. It's sad. Very sad.
45 Meter.
Alright, let's see if we can get up to periscope depth.
Auf
The
Seerot.
weather's up. What the weather is like up there. I have, by the way, I have a plan. When we're done with this playthrough, first of all, obviously I want to get back into VR, you all know this. But the other thing is that I want to wait for the Type 9 DLC to drop to touch Uboat again. So next playthrough will be with the Type 9 with Distant Ghosts DLC and the update that comes along with it. And in the meantime, I want to dive back into Silent Hunter 3. I have found a way to make it work on my modern PC. The Living Silent Hunter mod pack. And with, well, a swastika removal. So that's pretty good. And we're gonna dive back into Silent Hunter 3 and we're gonna look at how that old gem compares to modern day subsim. Well, specifically U-boat. So yeah, if you're excited for that, then you know which buttons to press to get notified. Right, the weather does not seem to be that good for snorkeling, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, bring us back down to 50.
Auf 50 Meter. Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
And we'll stay submerged
Motoren
a
wechseln.
few hours longer.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
50 Meter.
How much air do we have? Another 2 hours, okay. The air quality at 9:30. If the weather isn't good enough for surfacing at 9:30, then we'll have to go to the surface. Or for snorkeling, sorry.
Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
And that still seems less than optimal, so low ballast. And we immediately have radar warning. Subbot started beam.
Halbe Fahrt
Both engines half
voraus.
ahead.
Kommandant, wir sind aufgetaucht.
We'll need some fresh air, unfortunately. I think we can use the ventilation system, can we not? I don't want to use the potassium absorbers though. And get back to normal lighting. How long? 18 minutes. Okay, that's not too long. We can probably manage that. Right. Do we still have a radar contact? No, we don't. Or a passive radar contact. There we go. Now we do.
Auf Gefecht
Oh, damn.
Anlauf beginnt! Verstanden, Herr Kommandant!
That's too close.
Große Fahrt voraus. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Where did you go? There. That's two of them. But they're still very high. Okay, never mind, we can dive. Dive, dive, dive.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Das wird nicht einfach. Aber wir
I bet
haben
we were.
es überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben.
Oh, turn off the compressor, please.
Kompressor ausschalten.
Well, I can do that faster than that. Go, go, go. Before we blow those waves and compress our own breathing air, that would be nice. There we go. Bring her down. Nice and easy.
25 Meter.
Detected. -10. Yeah, that'll do that.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
65 Meter.
Okay, I think we're pretty safe down here. Cancel alarm and also slow down. And level us off at 100.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
85 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
And then we'll play the waiting game again. And slowly dive out of this situation. Right, bring us back up to periscope depth, and Hubert Lamkühler get on the dive plane so we don't overshoot.
10 Meter. Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Runden.
And the weather is once again not suitable for snorkeling, or still not suitable for snorkeling, so service. And both engines half speed ahead. And Mr. Limekühler, send your sailor to turn on the electric compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Where is your sailor? Ah, Schumann, there he is. There we go. And then Mr. What's it called? Reinke?
Funkraum besetzen.
Get on the radio and send that report. Right. And another radar contact, this time from a 4. Same as usual, 50 meters.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
15 Meter.
And we'll stay submerged as long as we can. And back up to periscope.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Come on, my... It doesn't...
10 Meter. Kaloin, wir
It
sind
wouldn't
auf
be the worst thing if you would hurry, sir.
Ausblick eingesteuert.
What is the weather like? Oh, it's pretty much still the same, I think. Maybe a little bit calmer. Snorkel seems kinda happy. Yeah, okay. Downscope will remain on snorkeling. Actually, no. Snorkel's not happy. And down we go.
50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
I can probably speed this up.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Go back to periscope depth. First of all, we have to relieve Mr. Mai.
Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, that looks good. Weather's happy. Snorkel's happy. We could snorkel the rest of the way until the weather gets bad again.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Right.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
Weather seems to be holding well, though. Oh. It would appear that we have received a new home port, or at least we will shortly receive a new home port.
Augengeräusche. Großer
Aha.
Konvoi. Peilung 55 Grad.
55, 54. Okay, so that's traveling east already. We know that. 43 miles plus. So somewhere on that line there is a convoy. And I would assume it's on the far end of it because it's just came into reach. So first of all, change course to north.
Kurs 0.
And then we're going to observe that for half an hour until it's 9:01. It's 9:06. I messed that up. 310. 43 miles plus. Interesting. Most likely something like this. 5, yeah, that would work. Okay. Wait for 9:31.
Herr Kaloin.
And we have them at 3:10. Same distance. But we ourselves have traveled, so it's not in the line will not go to the same spot. Yeah, it's gonna be something like this. 8 knots, that sounds about right. But we gotta wait until we have a clearer idea of that. So I'm gonna assume that that's what they're going. That's gonna be 2 hours. It's gonna be another 2 hours, so I would expect them to be somewhere there in 2 hours. No idea why I drew that so stupidly, hang on. So there's 1. There's 2. They're gonna be there in 1 hour and there in 2 hours. And in 2 hours we're gonna do another check. And until then we're gonna blow ballast, go onto the surface and go like hell.
5 Meter.
And hopefully we're correct.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Ja.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
You're on that deck, very nice.
Herr Clark, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Ja. Schnorchel einfahren.
So, now we will be going until 11:31. Rather 11:20 probably. There we go. And then dive, dive, dive. Bring us down to 50.
Tauchen auf. 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And we're down again. Very nice. Headphone man, now is your chance to shine. Please re-establish that contact. And also dead slope. Make it easier for the hydrophone man to hear. Now I expect them to be in like 310 still. And they are. Pretty much bang on. Nice. Wait for him to get the official. There we go.
Peilung
308. Nice. Now we wait for another 10 minutes to make the bearing. There we go. And it's in 309. That was pretty good. Huh? 309, and the distance is 20, still 43 miles plus, so we're not gonna get any updates on that. But if we are correct with our initial estimation, we should soon get an updated value. So this is where they would be in 11:31. Now, that can't be correct, because then they would have gone like this, and they would have suddenly sped up. Makes no sense, so... whoops, 08:31. I'm gonna continue monitoring that contact. Now we know that they're there. They're going something like 8 knots, maybe 9. Let's assume 9 because they... No, let's assume 7 because the line was slightly off. Slightly slower than expected. So we'll assume them to be there in 1 hour and there in 2. And we are gonna do another jump of 2 hours. I think we should probably change our course just a little bit, maybe 10 degrees to starboard. Let's do 15.
Kurs 1, 6.
And then go like hell and blow ballast.
Anblasen. Meter. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
There we go. Then we'll need the compressor again.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
And we will keep going until it is 1320.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
There we go. Dive, dive, dive. 50 meters as per usual.
Auf 50 Meter.
Bring her down. Now we would assume the bearing to have drifted quite a bit now because we have made quite a lot of way. And we want it to be somewhere like 271. Let's see.
Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Yeah, that's better. Okay. Both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
And like what we said, 271. Eh, 275 maybe. They are there. Wait for him to pick the contact back up.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Already has done so. And we'll wait for 31. There we go. 076. Off by 5 degrees there. 26 to 43 miles. We've got a better range estimate now. That's good. 276. It's going faster than we expected. Up to 43 miles away.
Meter.
26 to 43 miles. Okay, so our initial course estimation was a bit off. They are somewhere on this line. 1331. So this was all nonsense, but we have to draw a line that gives us equal speed somehow through here. Now this is 1 hour. 7. This is 2 hours. That should be 14 then. It's 13, close enough. And then that should be 13 as well. Yep, that works. So they're going something like 7 knots, 6.8, something like that. So I'm gonna assume that this is their course now. Although that's also not gonna be perfect, like could be something like this or this. We will find out as we gather more and more data. Now this obviously means that they will be there in 10 hours. And where's my Portland speed time distance calculator? Somewhere here. 7, 14, something like that. We can plot a little bit. Do some dead reckoning on them. 7, 7, 7, and another 7. Little hiccup there. What's going on? But we are back. So that'll be 1 hour, making it 14:31, 15:31, 16:31, and 17:31. That's 30 miles. Do that in 2 hours. That we can also do in 2 hours. So So we're gonna go a little bit ahead of them,
Kurs auf diese
just to have the
Koordinaten setzen.
benefit of the doubt. Low ballast.
Anblasen.
Both engines full speed.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause. Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
25 Meter.
And up and at 'em.
5 Meter. Herr Kapitän?
Put on the compressor.
Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor
And
einschalten.
go towards the enemy.
Sind aufgetaucht.
We already have radar warning receiver popping off in the port side ahead. That's probably the convoy. Doesn't. Yep, that's gonna be the convoy. Okay. Now, how much speed do we go? 15 miles. Okay. 15 knots. 15 miles per hour. Nautical miles per hour. We gotta do 28 miles. Less than 2 hours. Boop, boop. I think we can get them at the quarter past point here. Yeah. Yep, that'll work. And go like crazy.
Aufgetaucht.
We should be able to see their smoke columns already. Or at least they should be coming into view very, very shortly. No, not just yet. How far would they be away? It's 1430, then 18 miles away. Yeah, that's probably still too much. Something like 14 miles we can spot. Yeah, about now we should be able to see them. And we should be able to see them in bearing 335. Not quite. They are further back. Now that can be explained with their course not being that, but rather maybe something like this. And they are obviously not here, but rather here. And then the bearing is further to the left. That makes perfect sense, but it's still, you know, we can see them. Initial contact has been made, and therefore we can, well, usually we would report that. Can I even do that? I just realized. Listen? No, we can't. Okay.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Konvoi
Alarm!
in Sicht. Peilung.
Aufgefechtsstation.
Wir werden das gemeinsam durchstehen.
There's the convoy.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Alarm beendet.
That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Gonna be pretty tough to get on that from the side like that. We spot them in 330. Forwardmost contact is in 330. That's right there. Okay. We probably do a little sidestep here and intercept them a little bit later. Ooh. Nice fingernails there, sir.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Right. Okay. They are in 270. Smoke columns are still drifting right. That's gonna be a good attack, I think. looking good though. Another peek. Already see the superstructure there a little bit. And now we're on our attack course. And that looks very good. Okay. Dive, dive, dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Also, dead slow ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Hello there, Charlene. How are you doing? And just for you,
Alarm! Auf Station! Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Dafür haben wir trainiert. Wir werden das gemeinsam durchstehen.
there, my bell is louder. Right, get out the water. There we go. Then you get on those torpedoes, you get on the engine, you get on the TDC, and you guys get on command.
Etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ja, Herr Kaloi.
Very
Ich
good.
kümmere mich darum.
I'm doing alright, how are you? How's your day going so far? And upscope. Now, let's prepare the screen, shall we not? We will need one. The height tables, but only those, I think. Hang on, let's see. The Liberty, we're gonna go for Liberties and these C3s. Liberties have 36. C3s have 36, and these ones have 27. Okay, so these are the correct starts. Need those, and I also need a calculator. Oh, more or less good. Struggling with a bit of stomach and headaches. It is what it is, eh? Yeah, I've had plenty of that as well recently. I've had a bit. I think I've caught a bit of a cold, really. I'm drinking lots of tea from a mug that says black coffee. But yeah, it's soothing my throat. It's biscuit tea. It's a tea that my friends from England have brought with them when they visited me, and essentially it's tea, that's sort of black tea, but if you put some sugar and some milk in it, it actually tastes like a biscuit. It's crazy. I would never have imagined that the Brits actually are okay with such blasphemy, but apparently they are, and it's actually quite tasty, as I have to admit. Right. Oh, he's maintaining all the torpedoes. Very nice. Good boy. And we can probably head straight for them at this point. 90 degrees port to a new course of... What did I order? 227. Sounds about right. Nom nom. Sounds good. Yeah, exactly. And I've already checked if I can get it in Germany as well, and I can. And I've ordered a... I've ordered replacements because I think I'm on my last 3 or 4 bags, and obviously that's not good. So we're gonna get some reinforcements there. And I found out that they have different types as well. So one of them apparently tastes just like Biscoff, and I'm gonna go for that as well. Let's see here. Can I get in between those 2 columns there? Right there. That's where I want to be. 10 degrees to starboard, bringing us to 240.
Kurs 240.
Okay. With time acceleration here. We dead slow? We are dead slow. Beautiful. I mean, the course estimation that we did in the end there, that was pretty bang on. Oh. Rid of that crazy beeping. There we go. Yes. Right, that's a Liberty right there. That's also a Liberty ship. That is a Liberty ship. They're easy to distinguish from these wide frames. That's not my preferred target. That's a tanker, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, never mind. Yeah, if we can get some tankers, that would be amazing. Moin, Elchlenker. Actually, that's probably a good idea right now to get a refresh of tea before we go into battle. Because we need tea. And there we go. Sorry, that took longer than expected. And just that you know that I'm not lying to you. There it is, biscuit brew. It's even like it's not a gimmick or anything. Like that was their entire goal. Make that taste like a biscuit. And it does, they did well. But it is you know, you have to put milk in it. Which took me some how do you say that? Überwindung. How do we say this? It took me some getting used to, I suppose. Is what you could say. Although, you know, you put milk in Frisian tea as well. It's just that for me, I'm not a big milk in tea kind of guy. Ooh. Very piping hot. Right, have we got any closer? Well, I mean, we're going 3 knots, so not really. Now these ships, they are at pretty much angle on bow. Maybe 5 degrees to the left. Not much. That's definitely an escort over there. Yeah, what about escort vessels? I haven't really seen any. There's one. That's a destroyer for sure. But that's at a nice distance. He'll pass us quite far away. That's an escort. Also rather far away. Not many escorts over here. But then again, not many good ships either. Those are all liberties. No tankers. It's not that juicy, that convoy. Now, do we have any other U-boat on it? I don't think we do. Would have been cool to have another Wolfpack attack, but it does not appear that we're gonna get that privilege. Now that's a liberty. Why are we so high in the water? Jesus. Can you get on the dive planes, please? And you manage those torpedoes again. Yeah, that's definitely liberty. That could be a C3 over there. That is definitely a C3 over there. Yeah, all the juicy ones are over there. Okay, so we're gonna have to then turn to starboard, turn inwards to the convoy. That's an Empire class. Who's still hunting Empire classes at this point in the war? That's a Flower class corvette over there. Well, we pretty much know how fast they're going, which is 7. Gonna do another speed check just to be sure. But we pretty much know it at this point. Now I do want to pass this Liberty probably, and then turn to starboard. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Thank you.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Also quite unorthodox to attack them in the middle of the day. But we can use that Liberty to make a speed check. That's probably a good idea. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Now, the Liberty has a length of 135 meters. 135.5 if we want to be super precise, which we'll do. I'm gonna wait for him to be at like, I don't know, 80 degrees. And then we're gonna do a speed check with it. Super close, so it's gonna be a very, very accurate reading. There we go. Stopwatch. I'm gonna use mine. And click. Oh, battle stations. And click. That's pretty bang on 39 seconds for both of us. So, divided by 39 is 3.4 meters per second times 1.904 equals 6.7 knots. Pretty good. We're gonna keep that in mind. Both engines low speed ahead and 90 degrees to starboard.
Steuerbord.
Actually, 80 degrees is probably enough. We were not quite on their exact opposite on their exact perpendicular course, or on their exact opposite course rather. Now we're going on, hopefully perfectly perpendicular. There's one for the stern tube, but I don't think I will do that. Stern tube and all that. I will keep the T5s in the tubes until I have to dive away, and we're gonna fire out some Zaunkönigs to keep them busy. Now, first shot. Tube 1 selected, salvo mode off, very nice. These are all magnetic pistols, please. Just a bit more. You can probably get that one, to be honest. The Henry L. Hoyt. Yeah, that is absolutely the one we're going for. Yep. Yes, we will. Once we're on course, we're going to slow down a little bit further. Let me get my papers here. You already have them on the screen. We're looking at a mast height of 38. Which I have cut off. Damn. The comma is cut off. Okay, too bad. In that case, I'm gonna have to tab out for that. What do we have? 36. There we go. Forward mast is at 110? I would say 110. And we're probably on the zoom in. Yes, we are. 110 on the zoom in is 1200 meters. 12 hectometers, so 1200 meters. Speed is set. And the angle on bow is green. And it's something along the lines of 75, I would say. I want to know why I can't turn that off. I really want to turn that off. Or at least have the option of turning that off. Because I can't use the mouse wheel on that. If I use the mouse wheel down here, it just sets it back. Not a fan. Okay. Brilliant. Get back into the CIC. Come on, Richard. You can hurry. Right, he's maintaining his station. Blood tube 1, 2, 3. 1, 4. But all tubes. Now, torpedo speed 44, torpedo depth 40. Now we're gonna have to do this thing again, where we give them just fantasy values, but we might as well give them the correct values. That's 80 and that's 1200, which we will check again, and that is not a Liberty, that is a C3. Torpedo depth is set to 8, and it is a magnetic pistol. Now, at that point I would fire. I just have to think about this bloody LUT setting. So I'm firing this torpedo. Does it give me the firing angle? Gyro angle is 5. Okay, so the torpedo is going 5 degrees to starboard. So the torpedo is being fired at 328. And then when it's done, I want it to turn left to the perpendicular, to the opposing course. Now, plus 2, minus 2, then that's 105. Is that correct? Yeah, we can draw that on the map, come on. So the torpedo is going this way, and I want it to, after it reached its target, I want it to turn around. And yeah, 155, sorry. Yeah, pretty much, okay. So I want this torpedo to turn to 156. That way it turns to the left. And then after that I want it to turn, after its first search pattern, I want it to turn to the right. That's how we do this. And then I want this torpedo to do that after 1000, not after 1200 meters. Right now we have him at 150 milliradian, so 150 milliradian on the zoom in. That means he's at 880 meters. And I want him to do the turn after 250 meters after that. 880, so we're gonna do 1100. And then that's gonna be it. Hopefully this misses so we can see the search pattern in action, but I doubt it will. I think this is a pretty good firing solution. Okay, so Tube 1 launch.
Los!
Also, 0.88 times 1.852 divided by 1.852, 4 cables, divided by 44 knots, or 43.7 knots actually, times 60 is a bit less than a minute. Yeah, that one. Answer, please. Oh, come on. 06 times 60 is 36 seconds. Yeah. The torpedo should only take 36 seconds.
Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr?
Yeah, you can do that. Maintain and load.
Ja. 30 Sekunden.
That's looking pretty good. Bit far forward, to be fair.
20 Sekunden.
So their speed is a bit off. 36. Range was absolutely bang on. Good. Range was pretty good, but the speed was off. So they're going a little bit slower than we expected. We had them at... When I changed the torpedo speed, it changed the value again, obviously. Yeah, that was what caused that. So we can still work with the old value. Now we're in the middle of this. And we wanna obviously get some more. There's another C3, but we can't wait for that one. That's gonna take ages. We can maybe get that one. Can definitely get that one. Let's see what else we can find. Now that one seems to be sinking. That was a good hit. Took on a lot of water very quickly. Now the question is where the destroyers are and whether or not they're steaming off. Well, like instinctually steaming off to the right location, which is where we are. And I hope they don't. If I can even see one. That's an Empire class. That's C3. There's one in the back there. He's... I wouldn't abandon my station back there, or at least I wouldn't order my ships to not abandon the station, in assuming that there's more than one submarine, which at this point in the war they absolutely have to assume that. Because wolf packs are very coordinated. Yeah, the propeller is lifting out of the water. She's nearly gone. There's one, all the way over there. And I seem to have, by incident, attacked from the one place where there's no escort vehicle. There's one. He's turning, but also very far away. Like on this quadrant of the convoy, there doesn't seem to be an escort vehicle, which is brilliant. Yeah, next target. One is ready. Get on the CIC, sir. There you are, Richard. Thank you for joining us. Latitude 1. Speed is now set correctly, which is 6.7, which the quick thing doesn't want to do that. Oh. That's the hotkey for retracting scope. I didn't know that. Okay, angle on bow, again, 75, something like that. And distance is 1.8. Let's see how much I was off with that guesstimation. That looks to be like 70 milliradian. 19 point something. Not far off then. Oh! I was looking in the wrong column. Sorry about that. I do have it here. 16.5. Okay, I was off by 150 meters. That's still okay. That is still okay. Right, let's put that in. And we're still moving towards him. We can't forget that. And he's also still moving towards us. He's got 20 more degrees to do that. And these are all flooded and they're all maintained, I think. One is a magnetic. Nearly forgot that again. Now, can I have a peek in there? I can. Yeah, they're all maintained. Okay, lovely. Absolutely lovely. Could do another speed check. We still have a bit of time. Click. Obviously that one's going to be a little bit faulty because we've got our own movement. Length 143.67. Don't need two commas, really. Divided by. And sometimes it's a good thing to do a speed check with them zigzagging, because you get the lowered value. You get the amount by the ship itself is going. It's still going 7 knots, but from the zigzagging, it's actually making less ground because it's not going in a straight line, and that still works. You can still absolutely do that. Also, that value is horribly wrong. Look at that, 50 seconds. Or maybe not. Maybe he just shed a lot of speed thanks to the zigzag. Who knows? We can use the value. We can calculate the value. We don't have to use it if we think that it's too far off. That is 74 seconds divided by 74 equals 1.9 times 1.904 equals 4 knots. Probably not. Probably not. I'm gonna scrap 1 knot off. Let's do 6 knots. And then angle on bow is about 80, I would say. And the distance to target.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
First one's evacuating, very nice. That is at 150. 880 meters. Same as the last one. And I want you to veer left after 1000 meters. Tube 1. Launch!
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
And then we have another one over there. Tube 4. Now that one's a bit further away. Just a tiny bit.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Estik geortet.
30 Sekunden.
He's 50. So that's 26.4.
20 Sekunden.
And he's also angle on bow 100. Yep, that works.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
And tube 4, I want to
Feindliches Schiff
do that.
getroffen. Feuer an Deck.
Nice one. Oh, did that blow out the engine? It did. I want you to go on... Again, same procedure as last time. The gyro angle is 12. So I'm sending this torpedo out to do a course of... Well, 12 degrees to starboard is... a course of 332. And I then want that torpedo to turn left. No, I want that to... Oh, Jesus. I want that torpedo to turn right to 140. Go the exact opposite. That's gonna turn right. And then it's gonna... I want it to turn right again after that. Go counter the convoy. And I want that torpedo to do that after it missed initially, which is going to be 2,500. So we're going to do that at 2,700, half of the search pattern length. So hopefully we can hit it again. So that one all the way over there. Also get some fantasy values. And that is a C3. And that is... Yeah, it memorized that. Okay, so... Tube 4 launch, but I'm...
Los!
fairly certain that this torpedo is just gonna run into this one here.
Von Estik geortet.
We've been pinged by Aztec, yes. Let's see this. Well, momentum is not really a thing in this game, so maybe it's just gonna go past, because this C3 has already pretty much stopped dead, sorry. But I think, meh. Why are you already turning? What the hell? What the hell? I mean, the rest worked. But why was it turning after like 200 meters? I know that we set that to more than 2 kilometers. What is this thing doing? Kinda scared that it hits me at this point. No, okay, nothing's working. Why is it going perpendicular to the torpedo course? There's a faulty torpedo, maybe. Is that in the game? This makes no sense. And also, I can't dive away, because that would be cheating, because theoretically I don't know all this. I don't know that this torpedo's doing this. Like, I can't know this. I'm just sitting in my periscope. Did I accidentally fire at Soundkönig? No, I did not.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
What is that thing doing? Makes no sense to me. Well, these courses don't make any sense. I set it to go 140. Now it's going northeast, that's 040. And then the opposite course of that is 225. That's not what I put in at all. So are these courses relative after all? I did check. If you don't know, I had the discussion with Kerberos whether or not the LUT courses. Oh, actually no, hang on, this is an FAT, right? No, it's a LUT. It's a LUT. Okay, never mind. Whether or not the course change is relative or absolute, and I was under the impression that it's relative. He said it's absolute, and so I did a check, and it turns out they are absolute. But this torpedo is just doing anything at this point. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. No sense whatsoever. Okay, well that one's on fire at least. I'm gonna need another one LUT. Probably should have done that way earlier than this. One's almost looks stationary. That's the same view that we had before. All of that. There's the next target for sure. That's also a C3. That thing is also probably going 7 knots, and that is also an angle on bow of, well, let's say 50. And the distance to that thing is, well, we're at, what's that, 100 milliradian? Yeah, that's about 100 milliradian. So that's 13.2. There we go. Yeah, they're abandoning as well. We were pinged by Aztec, but they seems to have stopped. That one just raced through the entire convoy and pinged us a few times, but did not recognize our echo on its little pinger device. There's an escort that can't ping us because there's a C3 in the way. And this is going well. Now, Mr. Richard May, how long will you still take for this? I have faith in you, sir. Also, it's very bright in here. Of external light coming in. Is that my ring light? No, can't be. Come on, Richard. You can do it. I believe in you. You don't have much time left. That's an angle on bow of an 85. Yep, there you go. Nice.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Thank you. Off to the CIC with you, sir. Torpedo speed will remain with 6. That's alright. We'll switch that to a magnetic pistol. Torpedo depth of 8 is also good.
E-Motoren besetzen. Funkraum besetzen.
Come on, hurry up. I need you in the CIC, otherwise it doesn't count. There you go. Flood tube 1. Angle on bow is decreased to 80. We'll do that. And distance, we should probably get a new value on that. 150, 36, 150 is again 880. We're getting all of them at 880, which is good. And I have a feeling this one's gonna
Sie sinken.
do crazy stuff as well. Which one is selected? Cube 4, right, obviously. Cube 1, 44, okay. Same procedures last time. This one, it's at 88. I wanted to go... It's going 10 degrees to starboard. So I want it to go on the perpendicular course of... Let's do 140. So that way, it's going to turn... Because it's going a little bit... Well, I have to... For you guys, I have to turn it around and I can't do that. I'm just gonna do it for me. We're shooting it northwest, but slightly ahead of the target. When it comes to its perpendicular course, or its counter course, it's gonna turn right. And then I want it to turn left after that and go follow the convoy. And I wanted to do that after... No, after 1000 meters, and then that way there is a chance of hitting it again after an initial miss. And if that doesn't, if it still doesn't hit, then it might hit something else. Tube 1 launch. Now, I know that I set that to 1200 meters. Let's see what it does. Just left the tube. There's the target, and it's gonna hit, hopefully.
30 Sekunden.
Scrapping the 1 knot off its speed was probably unnecessary. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good. We don't have to worry about the LUT state of it at all, because it's gonna hit on the first try. No, I kinda wish it wouldn't. But it did. That is a blown boiler right there. That thing's going nowhere. Good hit. There's another one. Maybe we can get that one. Put another T1 LUT into 1, please. Nice one. Getting good hits once more. That one's rather far away. Oh, wow. Which one? Oh, I hear ping. Hello. Echo Foxtrot class.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Estik geortet.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, that one's going down. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, unlock that. Lock on to that. That is still a C3. And we're gonna increase its speed again to 7. I think 6.7 is I think what we had done with Marth, so we're gonna keep that. That's at 50 at the moment. That means 26.4. And the angle on bow is a lovely 65, I would say. 2640. There we go. There, 3 meters. I can race a little bit forwards, but I don't really want to do that. Because they still have no idea where we are. I heard the ping, like, vaguely in the distance. Then we were pinged, and then I heard another ping vaguely in the distance, so they're still sweeping. They're sweeping, and they did not realize that we were a target. Probably because we're so close to that hull, that they just saw that as one return signal on their device. So I do wanna stay sneakily here. Hang on, is that my ring light that's lighting me up like that? Hang on, let's try that. Or the light of the screen itself, probably. That red lamp is not that bright. Yeah, okay. Then I can turn that back on. T1 loaded, okay. Richard, put another T1 FAT into tube 4, please. No. Oops, sorry, I didn't want me to do that. 70? I would say that's 70. 36, 18.9.
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
18.9 is pretty good. That's an angle on bow of 85. Also very confident about that. Speed is the issue, I think. Right, let's flood tube 1, even though he's not in the CAC. We're gonna forego the damage bonus on this one. Yeah, thank you. So, on this one, again, send it to 140. The opposite course. That's gonna turn via right, and then I want to turn it left, and I want it to do that after 200 meters after the initial miss. Yes. And it's magnetic pistol, please. And then tube 1 launch.
Los!
And I hope it misses. I hope it misses so we can observe the torpedo doing its LUT run.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin? Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
And on long ranges like that, a miss is not that uncommon. But went after that. That one is racing off. It probably pinged something else somewhere else, or it has decided that there's no one in the area and they're gonna go completely somewhere else. Fine by me. I think that's gonna hit. Damn it. We're doing some testing here. Come on, can you not miss just for the video?
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Sekunden.
Yeah, 30 seconds. It's gonna hit. And perfectly as well. Right underneath the wheelhouse, blowing out the engine. Oh well. Right, there is a destroyer, and that is a... That's an Echo or a Foxtrot class. That thing's pretty much stationary, and that is an angle on bow of left. That's minus, and it's 115, 105. And the distance, an Echo Foxtrot. Ooh, they had ammo on board. Mast height of 24. Do I have that here on the quick? Yes, I do. On that one, 24. Oh, okay. Can you not?
Kleine Fahrt zurück. Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Estik geortet.
Okay. 24 meters mast height. That means 120 on the zoom in. Really? Yeah. 730 meters, okay.
Sie gehen unter.
The angle on bow is now minus 90. And they're not stationary anymore, something like 2 knots. Right, they have a draft of 4, 3.2, so we're gonna set it to 4. Select tube 3, we're gonna send him a Zaunkönig, which is already flooded in tube 3, that is correct. Target speed 2. Target distance 730. Angle on bow left 90. Are we all happy with that? I think we are. Right. Tube 3. Launch. Now let's see what that crazy thing does again. And it's immediately turning. And it looks like it's going for the destroyer at the moment. It can't go for the freighter because that no longer has an engine. Maybe it has decided that it does want to do what I wanted it to do. That would be great. That would be absolutely great. No, please don't be a dud. Oh yeah, they have increased their propeller. Their RPMs. So the engine, they're accelerating at the moment, I think. So maybe that's why it's going for them. Come on, T5. Get him, boy. Get him. Dick. That looks good. Does that not have a hedgehog? Doesn't seem to have a hedgehog. Crazy. Come on, don't be a dud. Nice. Nice! Immediate ammo detonation on there. I don't think she'll attack us again. Right, Richard, can I get another T5 into 3, please? Do we have any more targets here? It doesn't look like it. There's one. And then astern. Not really. Okay, so I'm gonna turn to 4. I'm gonna go for that destroyer right there. That's gonna be 230. That is gonna be a course of 26. Nope. 193.
Kurs 193.
Now, that is a... First of all, let's lock that. Come on, give me that. Canadian. That's the one with the 4 stacks with one higher. Home class destroyer with that little structure on. Yeah, that's it. Speed maybe 2 already. Also searching. Angle on bow is a green 80, which will turn as we turn. And distance, well, the town class has a mast height of 28 meters as well. No, not as well. It has a mast height of 28. And I spot it at the moment at... Oops. Being pinged. 60 milliradian. 17.1. Right, we're turning towards it as we are putting in another D5 torpedo. F-class sunk, 2,500 renown. That's not bad. Like the merchant ships are twice that, but still. 2,500, and it was an F-class. Not an Echo class, it was a Foxtrot class. That's fine. Who's pinging? No? Not you, I hope. Oh, hello! We can probably give you one with 2.5 as well. That's not a problem.
noch 3 geladen.
Thank you. Get on damage control, please. Another ping. You're in the CSC, very good. Also flood tube 3. Drain tube 5. I'm gonna flood it again to get the damage bonus. He seems stationary, so maybe he's got... Yeah, he probably got stuck on the other freighter. They are having troubles there maneuvering. We're gonna go back to tube 3, and we're gonna set it back to parallax mode forwards. There you go. And the gyro receiver shall be the bow one.
Hüllenbruch. Gute Arbeit, Männer.
Wir haben ihn.
That one's increased speed. Probably 10. Distance will be a lot closer as well. 28 at 80. 12.8. Angle on bow, red 45. Yeah, that's coming. Okay. Rudder amidships.
Ruder Mitschiffs.
Very uncomfortable.
Wurden von Estek geortet.
And the town class has a draft of 3.5. Magnetic, please.
Los.
Launch. Let's see it.
Herr Kapitän.
Loads of contacts here now with all those rescue boats. Is it going for it? Yes, it's going for it. Looks good. I wonder, did they fix the T5 when I wasn't looking? And now it's gonna struggle to keep up with it. Yeah, so that thing's going more than 24 knots at this point. And now it's turning towards me, it spotted me. That caused it to... Yeah, that was the mistake. Blew one of the propellers off, but the other one is still working. That thing's not out of the fight yet. Plus it's right next to us. They just spotted our scope at this point. They're gonna do another run on us and attack us. Meanwhile, we're gonna fire on that, not wreckage, we're gonna lock onto that corvette. There it is. That is the old Flower class, our arch nemesis. It's probably going 6 knots. They can't go that fast. Angle on bow is 5. And the distance, well, the Flower class corvette has a masthead of 19 meters, if I remember that correctly. Yes, it does. 19 meters, and we spot it at a distance, well, 60 milliradian, maybe more, 70 milliradian. That's exactly bang on 1 kilometer. And we're gonna flood. You're in the command station, very good. We're gonna flood tube 5. And set that to 4. Yeah, 1000 angle and bow, green 10. 1000 speed, probably 6. Not that that matters, because this torpedo is going to do whatever it wants anyway. Backwards parallax mode. Tube 5 selected. Gyro stern. Tube 5 launch. And then, Mr. Mai, I would ask you to put another one in. That one's doing crazy stuff again. The Corvette is over there. Could you please go for that? Yeah, that did some crazy stuff. Like we were somewhere there. It turned to the right and then hard to the left again.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo.
That was weird. And now it's going for, well, someone over there. Don't know why. No idea.
30 Sekunden.
Whereas two very loud propeller noises should be right next to it here. The T5s are weird, man.
20 Sekunden.
Which, you know, I told you about reinstalling Silent Hunter. Maybe some of you guys saw that I did a test stream of that yesterday and it didn't really work, but I figured out a way to do it. The T5s in Silent Hunter, they work. We not only get a T5 like the Zaunkönig, we also get a Falcon torpedo, which is the first sonar homing torpedo that they ever made, and the Zaunkönig 2, I think. No, the Falcon 1, Falcon 2, and the Zaunkönig. And all three of them work better than the T5 works in this game. Now it's yeeting towards port. It has decided to go for, well, first for that one, and now it's decided to go for the Flower class Corvette, which we initially wanted it to attack in the first place. Maybe that they just revved up their engines and this thing decided, actually, I'm gonna go for that. Which it shouldn't be able to, because that thing was clearly out of its cone. Its sensor cone. T5s are weird, man. In this game. In reality, I think they were very dangerous tools of destruction. And the Allies can be very happy that we only managed to produce so few of them. Yeah, it's going for the with 7 target swaps. It's going back to the one that we wanted in the first place. Nice. Serious damage because it didn't hit on the propeller. Very good. Very good. So I think that thing's going down for sure. Engine is not stopped, but they are struggling to keep it running. And they are experiencing severe flooding. Got another T5 ready already. We could send another one, but I don't want to do that just yet. I want to wait for this thing to go away. And also I think that the town class is so severely damaged that the noise of that is not sufficient for the torpedo to decide to attack it. So I really kind of want to maybe not shoot the other T5. Maybe just keep it for the next convoy.
Sie gehen unter.
Ja.
Yep, she's gone. Flower class sunk. Very nice. There's another destroyer though. That's Black Swan class, I think. Those two different height masts and only one stack, and that, I think that's a rangefinder on the wheelhouse. Yep, that's a Black Swan class. That thing's steaming probably 15 knots, and the angle on bow is -90. And the distance, well, it's a, that's 70. And the Black Swan has a mast height of 30. 30, 77, that's 15.7. Let's put that in the computer. 15.7, angle on bow -90, and 15 knots. And we're on backwards mode, we are on tube 5, and we're on the stern receiver. Very good. You maintain... No, you go on the battle damage control, please. There he is, running through the boat. Don't get stuck now. There we are. Flood tube 5. Black Swan has a draft of 3.4, so 4 meters is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Tube 5 launched.
Los.
And again, I want to see what it does.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
So it gets launched. And it immediately turned, and there you go. See that? It wasn't even 100 meters out of the tube and it immediately decided that it knows better than me. Now that one's going for the town class. Interesting, didn't expect that. Well, in that way we might at least sink that. Yep, it's definitely going for the town class. It's gonna hit the same side again that we already damaged. Still, it hits a hit. Took down the second engine. Okay, nice. So that one's not gonna follow us anymore. Man. Alas, you are a damn good torpedo man. Like, there wasn't a single miss on that attack. That was pretty damn good. And that's just down to chance, depending on whether or not the T5s decide to be dots or not. So, Richard. Well, we'll run out of T1s. That's a problem. You can put a T3 LUT in there, probably. Or maybe we're not gonna do anything like that. You're just rather get on the engine, that's a good idea. And, well, that town class, that what's it called? Black Swan sloop. She's gonna be very, very angry with us any second now. So we might actually disengage at this point. We sank a lot of ships here. We want to get out of the Allied air cover and get on a milk cow and replenish our torpedo stores. So they're going northeast. We're currently going the exact opposite. That's pretty good. I'm gonna stay on the surface as long as I can. And observe these guys. Yeah, that one found us for sure. Yeah, he's coming directly for us. Okay, both engines full speed.
Schneller, schneller.
Herr Kapitän.
Down scope. And get on command. And crash dive.
Maximale sichere Tiefe gehen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Well, whilst they've got us in their sights anyway, we might as well cause some noise and pump out the boat.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Estig geortet.
Yep, I'm noticing that. Okay, let's clear out the screen. Flank speed.
Schneller, schneller.
Bring us down to 230.
Tauchen auf.
We know she can take it.
230 Meter.
Drop a decal while we're up here.
Aktuelle Tiefe 65 Meter.
Actually, historically, what they did is they launched more than one of those because the bubbles that generated, they also reflected a hydrophone. They also reflected sonar waves, and they pumped out 3 or more. That created such a large bubble field that they thought the active sonar, that they also got an active sonar response of that, and that they could fool Aztec with it, not just their passive sonar. And that's just something that I learned recently, thanks to Cabovas. He told me about that. At least Wikipedia says it does, you know. So I could launch 3 of them, create a large bubble field, and then hopefully they would lose sonar, but they are very expensive, and I don't think the game's that smart. Maybe they already fall for 1. Also, if I drop 3 of them, then I only have enough for 1 attack. So now we're at... yeah. Can we have a little look at the echo sounder? Yeah, there's more than enough depth below us. The ping stopped. Engine's dead slow. Now it's the time to fall silent. And that's the moment when I turn off the music, because that does not sound like silent running music.
Meter.
165 meters, okay. Keep going down.
Aktuelle Tiefe 175 Meter.
Thank you.
Das wird nicht einfach. Aber wir haben schon Schlimmeres überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben.
Another ping.
Wir wurden von Estik geortet.
Yeah, they've got lock on us again. Hard to stop it.
Hart Steuerbord.
Those the bulkheads.
Schneller.
190 Meter.
Also evacuate the bow compartment.
Torpedoraum evakuieren.
200 Meter.
And turn off electricity to the bow torpedo room. I hear explosions. They are behind us to the starboard side.
Sehr nah.
We'll stop turning towards them.
Schiffs.
Just pick up speed.
Tiefe 215 Meter.
10 knots below the waves. Pretty good.
Meter.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, they're missing.
Kleine
That's slow.
Fahrt voraus.
Open the bulkheads.
Es ist nicht mehr erforderlich, die Schotten geschlossen zu halten.
Except for the bow compartment.
Aktuelle
I'm gonna
Tiefe
keep that empty.
230 Meter.
That was an impressive attack. Flower class Empire Resistance sunk. An F class sunk. George Jeffrey sunk. Henry L. Lloyd sunk. Alexander Wilson sunk. That's, I think we sank 4 T3s and 2 destroyers. Can't really ask for more than that, can you? Mr. Alas has got a nice level up here. I think he's a new midshipman. Yeah, he needs all the skills. He's very, very fresh. That was pretty good. Can't complain about that. I wish we had gotten one miss, so we could have looked at that LUT. Oh no, we did get one miss where that torpedo turned after 300 meters, and I wanted to reproduce that, and then we failed to miss. So, you know. There's always a next time. And now we are all the way down here at 230 meters. And we're very sneakily gonna try to get away. And also, I think this is a sign for me to have another brew. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
We can't have that, can we?
Schneller. schließen.
Herr Kalon, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Bleibt wachsam, aber keine Panik.
Oh,
Wir
that's
machen
not
das
close.
schon. Es ist nicht mehr erforderlich, die Schotten geschlossen zu halten.
That is not close whatsoever. I'm gonna use the noises of that to make a little leap forward. And then we're gonna slow back down.
Fahrt voraus.
Get slow. Yeah. We'll do a nice little sneak away.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah. Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Estig geortet.
Same as before, I have doubts that those are very close, but we're still gonna use the detonations to get away. Yeah, the detonations.
Schneller.
Very far off. I think the depth charging my decoy.
Direkt über uns. Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Herr Kalon, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
And that's slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Ich bin verletzt.
Oh, Jesus. Hard port.
Backbord. Schneller,
Ich
schneller.
brauche Hilfe!
They're in front now. They were just above us, I think. They damaged all the exterior devices and the stern tube, but the stern tube always gets damaged for some reason. Yeah. Where did that come from? And that's low.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And rudder midships 222 is alright. We can keep that course for now. No need to repair the stern tube. That one's empty anyway. Huh. Caught us off guard with that one. thing that there's not a single bit of leak there. Otherwise, we would have had to emergency surface immediately. Because at this depth, if you get a hole in like any pipe or even a hull breach, especially a hull breach, is immediately game over, man. "16 atmospheres of fluid pressure." Well, I mean, 24 atmospheres down here. So even the bulkheads that protect the CIC, which are the best bulkheads in the boat, even they do not protect us. Very, very unsettling. There's still noises. I think we've still got one destroyer on us who just doesn't give up. The other ones probably have already returned, but the one on starboard beam here, that one, that is still going. Doing another circle, and he's probably going to attack us again from the stern. Now we want to turn again, hard to starboard, until we spot the convoy directly behind us. Right now, right our midships. Right. Whew. I can still hear it though. Yeah. There it is. Peeking out again. Hasn't noticed us yet. There's a ping. Just one though. Just one. There's another. Now he's got us. Okay. Coming in. Missed. He's gone behind our stern. We did lose contact there for a second, and that made him ruin his entire attack run. I was gonna restart that. There must be a second one, or he's got us to the side. Yeah. Can he recover that turn, or does he have to do a whole new attack run? In front of us and above us. No, he's either doesn't have any more depth charges, Or he decided that that was not a good run and he's gonna do it again. There's another one starboard side, a bit further aft than abeam. That one seems almost stationary. Could be the could be the 181, the one that we blew both propellers off. Oh no, that's not the 181. The 181 still has propellers. That's an old... Okay, that's a different destroyer altogether. Did we sink? F-class, flower class. Okay, so we didn't sink the town class. That still gotta be there somewhere. Can we still see that? Now here's the convoy, clearly. Now they're happily going their way. There's an escort over. Okay, so they are not all by themselves. They still got an escort. There it is. Yeah, we still have that. I might want to go back and sink that, to be honest. So we spot them somewhere behind us, so they'll be somewhere, I don't know, 2 miles out maybe, somewhere there. I do wanna get that. Leave you, thank you. Actually go on command, because you guys reuse Brunos quite a bit.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Not giving up though. They are not giving up. I mean, we did sink quite a bit there. I would be angry too. Seems to be getting away slowly. Propeller noise is dying down. Bring us to port to a southern course of 180.
180.
Yeah, they seem to be leaving altogether. Yeah, would help if you were on your hydrophone. Ah yeah, 2 minutes ago we had watch change, and obviously that's more important than maintaining your battle stations. That's absolutely fine, boys. Don't let anyone tell you any differently than that. You guys all stay on command. Although, actually, Alas is not really that necessary on command, to be fair, because he doesn't have any of the skills yet. Well, he's still increasing the work performance. That's 40. Yeah, just 40. Just one sailor missing because Alas doesn't have this. Increase our hydrophone range something crazy, and it does. Hydrophone range of casual 112 miles. Sure. And they seem all... Yeah, they seem to be quite far away at this point. Right, keep turning. 135, a southeasterly course. See someone popping up behind our stern, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, and the destroyers are heading back for the convoy. Nice, that way we can go back and finish the job on that town class destroyer. Take some pressure off the hull, bring it up to 50.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 205 Meter. 150 Meter.
Thank you.
50 Meter.
And then we're gonna pump out the boat.
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Did the Tunis get destroyed? Yeah, of course it did. That's always the first thing to go. The sensors are very vulnerable up there. Boat is dry. Very good. Turn off that thing and also discontinue the evacuation of the bow torpedo room. Bring us up to 25. And Mr. Mai, you might as well... Well, let's go to the bow torpedo room first. Meanwhile, what's the depth at the moment? Ah, you're still on the way up. Okay. So, drain. Well, that one's empty, but drain torpedo tube 2. The valves for that are there. Flood and flood. All of these are empty. Yes. Only one torpedo remains, and that's the... That drained now. Yes. That is the T3 without any search pattern. We're gonna use that one. So, maintain... Oh, there's still one in there. Okay, never mind. Maintain tube 2. And bring us up to periscope depth. Select tube 2. Target speed 0. Angle on bow will be irrelevant. But yeah. Okay, Mr. Alas, you've done a very good job. We shall use you once more. And finish what you started. And up scope. Just mix my tea real quick.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
Kommandant, wir sind auf Teleskoptiefe. Boot klar für Rundumblick.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Now, where is that town? The only one without any sort of smoke coming from its stacks. There she is. Not a Caldwell, right? No, it's a outclass. There we go. Velocity 0, obviously, and then we just gonna time skip a little bit until we arrive at their location. Also, both engines slow speed ahead. Where is that? There she is. Still stationary. Now I do kind of want to set myself up for a firing. And then wait a bit until the other destroyers are so far away that they're not going to turn around for this. Also very nice of them to just abandon their comrades over here.
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
That was pretty bang on. Look at that. How far away are we from that? Like 4 cables? Not bad. That was a very, very good guess. I feel like I sound like such a jackass when I compliment myself like that. Sorry about that. But that is pretty much angle and bow 90 at this point, so we want to turn to where we look.
Kurs 1, 0, 1.
There we go. Close in the remainder of the distance.
Kurs 1, 0, 3.
Get very close to it. Did they abandon yet, I wonder? Does not look like it, so they're still fighting the internal fight there. against water and fire. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Also, there's debris swimming on the water. We want to pick them up as well. So yeah, we want to wait for them to leave, basically. There is boats in the water, but I don't think they are of him, are they? Because if they are, we could just... I would love to board one of them. No, they are not. Yeah, that's what I expected. They are on the way there. They here from another ship, probably from the Foxtrot class that we sank. So cancel alarm.
Beenden.
Everybody get a few minutes of respite. Neglected food prep. Yeah, it's 1900 hours. The crew needs their dinner. So chef, get on it. With, is it Mr. Langenbein? I think.
Herr Kapitän.
Yes, Mr. Langenbein. He's our faithful chef. And if you're wondering how I did that, it's I've basically created an entire watch just for him. So this squad, the Dauerwächter, which means non-Sea-Watch personnel, is only Erwin Langenbein, only him. And he's got no set shift, so he works whenever he needs to. And what he does is, Dauerwächter, he's only in the galley. So he's a designated chef, he does nothing else, he's our cook. Which is how that works, IRL too. The chefs are not part of any watch, because why would they? They need to make breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the mid-watchman, which is for the, just a bite to eat, and most importantly, hot coffee and tea for the people going on watch at midnight. So that's all he has to do, and whenever his galley is cleared out, he gets to do whatever the hell he wants. Which is kind of, if you watch, for example, if you watch Das Boot, you can actually see it in that movie. The chef is just always, he seems to be always working. And he's always hanging around in the background doing what needs to be done. But he's not part of any watch. So these smoke columns seem to be disappearing now. Behind the horizon, I think we are good. Right, Fangschuss. The town class has a mast height of 28.2 meters, so we're going to use the 28 chart. I'm going to put that on screen for you guys as well. There's 27. That does not look like an 8. I would have read that as 26. I was a bit confused there that it's going the wrong way. But that is 28. Okay. That's probably why I misread that on my paper as well earlier, because it is actually does not really look like a 28. Where do I have it? There. 28. How many milliradian do we have? Or how many centiradian? 9 centiradian, 90 milliradian. So he is, she is. Well, that's on the zoom in. We can get closer than that, surely.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
11.4. Yeah, we want to get as close as we can, really, here. Yeah, get up back on course here. We're still aiming directly for her. Bring us...
Kurs 1, 0.
We want to hit right underneath her wheelhouse there. And we're going to use an impact. Battle stations. We're still firing a torpedo. That is a battle station action.
Eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist.
I agree. The H-96, I think I already sank her once. Or at least I already encountered her once. Well, we have to wait for him to maintain the torpedo anyway, so we might do a little history check in the meantime. H-96, destroyer of the town class variety. That is the USS Bainbridge. An Arleigh Burke destroyer. No, that's not the one that I mean. DDG-96. No, I mean H-96. That is the HMS Buxton. HMCS, surely. Former name USS Edwards. Yeah, the Americans, like, they just unloaded all of their destroyers that they've been building in peacetime to the Canadians and the Americans, and the British, just to bolster their fleet numbers. Right, and commissioned in the Royal Navy on October 8th, 1940, the HMS Buxton. The overage destroyer served in Canadian waters briefly as the U-boat war intensified. She was then allocated to the 6th Escort Group, Western Approaches Command, for dangerous and vital duty keeping the supply line open to Britain. Accurate. In October 1943, when newer escorts were available, she was lent to the Royal Canadian Navy and stationed in Digby, Nova Scotia until the end of 1944. She was finally paid off by 2nd of June 1945, sold for scrap on the 21st of March 1946 and broken up in Canada. So she survived the war. Town-class destroyer, that is correct. Yeah, very nice. So, HMS Buxton. I like the name. So, we have moved closer, I hope. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
And we now spot her on the zoom out at 40 milliradian. 28 meters mast height at 40 is 640 meters. That is a-okay. Nice and close. 640. You are on command station. You have maintained tube 2, I hope. Yes, you have. Close that. Plot that. We're going to send that at 2 meters. Torpedo speed 30. Target speed 0. Angle on bow irrelevant. Tube 2. Bow receiver. And parallax correction forwards. Even though I think at speed 0 all of that is completely irrelevant. And we're gonna send that as a impact. Now, do you have the calculator on screen? No, you don't. Now you do. The range, as reported earlier, is 640. Let's just put all of that in. 0, 90, not 10, 90, and 640. Man, that light only lights up when it's exactly the same value that it is on the TDC. Okay. Well, that's all set. Distance is 640, so that is 0.64 kilometers divided by 1.852, turning it into miles, that is 3.4 cables. Divided by 30 knots torpedo speed is 0.01 hours, multiplied by 60 is 0.69 minutes, times 60 is 41 seconds of torpedo runtime. Okay. Tube 2 is flooded, Tube 2 is ready, Tube 2 launch. Click. 41 seconds, let's see it. Let's watch that from the periscope and also get a little bit closer as well.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
I think you are wrong. I think my measurement is better.
30 Sekunden.
20. 15.
20 Sekunden.
10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Treffer!
Right where we aimed though.
Schwere Schäden.
Any sign from the destroyers? Any illum in the sky? I don't think so. Any radio messages that we're picking up? Actually, yeah. Let's listen out for radio. Turn their spotlights on, but I think they should rather be evacuating. They should not do that. They should get in their boats. He's going down. Definitely going down.
Funkspruch erhalten.
H96 calling for aid. Makes sense. They did manage to pop off
Die
another
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
radio message, and now they're evacuating. Okay. Well, rest in peace, HMS Buxton. She did put up quite a fight. She ate 2 T5 Zaunkönig torpedoes and 1 T3 electric torpedo. Well done, boys. Good fighting on the internal battle there. Well done. But she's definitely going down, is she not? We really need to help with the deck gun on this. I mean, she is abandoned. We could just surface at this point. What a resilient ship, that thing. So I don't want to send another torpedo now, because if I do, it's gonna blow the sailors up. Don't really want to do that. Well, whilst we wait, might as well reload the torps. Put in another T3 LUT. Yeah, so port side tubes will be the T3s and starboard side tubes will be the T1s, if we can get new ones. Do some propeller noises in 318, 317. Over there, but I don't see any illumination in the sky. Is that a commanding officer sitting in that? I thought they had no different model. No, they don't. They all have that American paper hat for sailors. One of them looks different. You, what about you? Are you the chief engineer by any chance? I'll take you prisoner, that's for sure. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
He does not want to go down.
Brot 2 geladen.
Hmm.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Mr. Mai, I would like another one of those, please. Now we are going to rescue survivors because we know that we can give them away on the milk cow. Otherwise, I would not defy the Laconia order. Yeah, yeah, it's not going down. I think she needs another one or a deck gun.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
CEO on the torpedo data computer. Now she's very close, and I can't take a mast height because we blew off the mast. So we're just gonna assume that that's 300 meters. We've gotten as close as we possibly can. Angle and bow still relevant. Target speed 0. Tube 2 is still selected. That is fine. There is a torpedo in that. Flood that. And we're gonna send it as well as a impact pistol. And we're gonna hit right underneath the bow gun. Hopefully that'll do the trick. Tube 2, launch.
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
4 torpedoes for 1 destroyer. That's why you don't shoot those, man.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Minimal damage, but hopefully that'll be enough. Yeah, I mean, it's a side hit into the hull. They usually don't do much. But considering that there's no one on board to do battle damage control, surely that's enough.
Sie gehen unter.
Yeah, there she goes. H-96 sunk. And we've got a lot of radio messages. Right, blow ballast. Bring us up.
Anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
And cancel battle stations.
Alarm beenden.
And cancel direct orders.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Down scope. You guys let your guys go.
Neun, wir sind aufgetaucht. Kaloin.
And Limekühler, we are surfaced. Therefore, turn on the electric compressor, which sounds like a fridge, and re-engage the noise lock to the rest of the boat. And then Mr. Limekühler, also repair the tuner's device, please. Now, there's interactions nearby. We've got a wreckage. They've got medkits. Do I need a medkit?
Herr Kaloin?
Herr Kapitän.
Probably not. Nope. We're good on medkits.
Ja,
Replacement parts. Oh, we're gonna need those.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Once Mr. What's his name? Limekühler is done. But we can put them on the deck already, I think. Yeah, load them. There we go. Tuner's device nearly repaired.
Wie lauten
Nice.
Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Got the stern tube to take care of as well. No, don't bother about that.
Funkmesssignale geortet.
That was to be expected. There's still radar, you know, still the destroyers in the area. We'll still pick up their radar beams. Up. Yeah, quite a lot. And then there's tube 5. Repair that.
Erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Now, how many repair parts did we find there? 2. Well, that's just lovely. So Limekühler repairs that.
Hecktorpedorohr repariert.
And then he picks up 2 repair parts. And then his inventory is full again. Lovely. There you go. Right, other wreckage. That is the Alexander Wilson. They've got exotic fruits, sausages, replacement parts as well. 1 survivor in 1 boat. Yeah, let's pick him up. And then, well, the Flower class corvette has no survivors. Okay. H-96 also has no survivors. Crazy. Okay. Surely there's survivors up there.
kleine Fahrt voraus.
Also, the destroyer still doesn't want to sink.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Flower class not. Alexander Wilson. That has a lot of lifeboats. Okay, then we're just gonna take those survivors. Captain and Chief, obviously, and the rest of you guys. Thank you. And then we shall get the hell out of here. And send him on the radio. Plot a course to the nearest milk cow.
Setzen.
Both engines half speed ahead. Now our messages are already losing value because we've spent so much time on here. So whilst we steam away from the enemy, we will send them and they will likely get intercepted. But they will probably not... actually they're not getting intercepted. That's great. And even if they were intercepted, I would not really care because I don't think they would abandon their convoy just to chase after a submarine that's disengaging them. They might, but I doubt they would. Okay. That was a very, very successful convoy attack. I like that a lot. We can get rid of that nonsense because we will not be able to engage that convoy ever again. I wish we could send messages like telling the High Command where there is a convoy so they'll send other boats. But unfortunately, we can't. Very, very sad. Okay. That's a pretty good run so far.
Ich bin sehr müde.
Oh yeah, you are very tired. Sorry about that. So, we are still in Allied aircraft range, so we will raise the snorkel.
Schnorcheln ausfahren.
I can probably get back to normal lighting in here at least. The rest is on automation. Let's get out of Allied aircraft range first and then towards the milk cow. I hope we don't have to dive again.
Eines unserer U-Boote hat soeben ein mögliches...
And we didn't have to. Okay, we're outside of Allied aircraft range.
Ich erwarte...
Lower the snorkel.
Schnorcheln einfahren.
Any airplane that we encounter out here would be from a carrier. And it is September 24th by now. When we arrive at the milk cow. Yep. Are we in the grid? We are in the grid. Okay, so Mr. Rossmann, get on that radio, please. And kindly ask for resupply. Also, we can get on the screen here. We can get rid of that. We don't need to see that at the moment.
Funkspruch
Let's
erhalten.
not pollute the screen like that. U463 is still available. And we've already passed her, so we gotta turn around. And relocate to her. Rendezvous with her in Charlie Echo 434. In horrible weather. Yeah, not that nice, that weather. But there she is. Can't really see her at the moment, but we can, well, first of all, turn on the searchlight. There she is. Okay. Mr. Limekühler, can you please repair these? And that one and that one. They nearly got destroyed when we got depth charged earlier. Sorry to bring you out of bed at 5 AM, but your watch starts in an hour anyway, so might as well get that done before you go on shift. Plus you won't need to maintain the engines anyway, because we will be taking stock.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Level up on one of the sailors. Very nice. They're all repaired, and for whatever reason you did not repair to the end. Both engines stop,
Maschinen stopp.
and turn off the searchlight.
Scheinwerfer ausschalten.
Nice. Okay, let's send a delegation over with the merchant and the CO, because the COs probably know each other. So they can chat a little bit whilst the crew takes in stocks. Well, we can transfer survivors, that's the first thing we'll do. And then let's see their cargo. We can get fresh bread. Unfortunately, there is no room for that. That's my headset reminding me that I need to charge it. It's absolutely no problem, we can do that. Oh, where are you? Come on. There you go. We still have bread in the... Yeah, well, let's not do that. What's the other stuff that we can get? We've got... We've got a pretty broad portfolio. Got fish. Well, okay. I could get rid of the cheese, to be fair. First of all, refuel. Second of all, torpedoes. T1 LUT, T3 FAT, and a normal T3 for sure, and normal T1, maybe. Let's load them in. Now, did you pollute my tubes? Yes, you did. Take out the T3 LUT, please. And put in the T1 LUT.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
That'll take a little while here. Don't know why I did maintain and load, that makes no sense. There we go. Okay. What else can we get? That was it. Okay. Not happy with that. Don't need food, don't need anything. Well, I guess then return to ship. And, yeah, keep going. Both engines slow speed ahead. And let's head to the next milk cow then. Got quite a few still out here. Just keep replenishing until we are ready for battle again. And we've got a crew event. What's going on? Oh, that looks like we had oh, it's not a brawl, because then there would be a guy lying on the floor. You're spreading communist propaganda, Mr. Lindemann. Oh, actually, who's Lindemann? I need to know. Mr. Lindemann. One of the fresh ones, okay. What's wrong? No, it is a brawl. Okay, yeah, the court-martial. And you beat Ralf Weber. Rossmann is already on it. Ralf Weber is... one of our very experienced men. Okay. And he's fine. Okay. Not too bad then, but still. That's still a court-martial for him. You don't beat one of my veterans. Request resupply.
Funkspruch erhalten.
U459 is still available. To the southwest of us. And we shall absolutely make that in time. That is no problem. Well, funny that they spot ship masts when U-boats absolutely have no mast.
Uboat, direkt voraus.
Kurs setzen.
And we arrive in the, well, almost noon. Beautiful weather. Gorgeous. Here we are, boys. U459. Both engines slow speed.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And hard to starboard. Dead slow. And the midships. And both engines stop. And same procedure as last time. We'll send our merchant over. That was not the merchant and our CO. Let's go. Fast and Furious North Atlantic drift over there. And we want to see your cargo, please. You've got cheese for us. That's very nice. And also preserved pork. Very nice. We can fill up the galley then. Well, with as much preserved pork as possible. And we can replenish that because they have quite a bit of it. Torpedoes. Let's see. We want a T1 LUT, a T1 FAT, a T3 LUT, and another standard T1. Sure. That will be... I could put that as the opening volley. Yes. Yes, that is absolutely what we're gonna do. Because with the opening volley, when the enemy doesn't zigzag yet, I'm fairly confident that I can hit them. So, Mr... Yeah, take that out. And put in a T1... put in the standard T1 with the bad pistol. That's the only downside. It's not the worst pistol, it's the first one with its problems resolved, let's call it. But it's still not optimal. Get that out and put that one in. So that's the opening volley now. 2 standard T1s. And then the LUTs and all that afterwards. Or if we find a single ship, we're gonna use those. So we've got a T1, 2 T1 FATs, 2 T1 LUTs, and then we've got a T3 FAT and a T3, 2 T3 LUTs, and a standard T3 in there. We could unload that probably. Yes. Well, first save, sure. Take that one out. And replace it with a T3 LUT. I like the sound of the raft dangling against our hull, even though they're no longer there. And then by now the food should have been, torpedoes should have been resupplied. No, they haven't. Oh, I also need. I could use a new one of those, you know. I unfortunately do not have space on my boat for that. Oh, one of those for sure. Yep. And no T5s whatsoever. 40 seconds. I doubt they'll be respawn in the meantime. See their cargo? No, nothing. Fuel? Sure. Cheaper than in port, funnily enough. Tech gun ammo, we're completely stocked up on that. Yeah, okay. I don't need that because I have a skill for that. Return to your ship. I think we need a third milk cow still. Both engines dead slow ahead. Take us away from that one. Both engines slow speed ahead. And lower the colors. And on we go. Through this entire grid. Oh, what's going on? A very valuable radar prototype is being transported on the Richard Yates cargo ship headed to Port of Liverpool, where it will be fitted onto a dedicated warship for testing. Sinking this ship will noticeably slow down enemy progress. In developing this technology, we estimate that it's currently passing through the square Charlie Delta 321 with a course of 81. The ship is moving in a convoy traveling at a speed of 8 knots. Charlie Delta 321, 81. Charlie Delta 321. Charlie Delta 321. Oh, that's right here. And that's at 118. with a course of 81, and they're going 8 knots, so they'll be doing 80 miles in 10 hours. And we should also draw a line through that point and extend it as far as possible. First of all, full speed ahead, general intercept, whilst we plot further. So that's, well, direct route would be 125 miles. Now we're doing 13, maybe 14 knots, I think. And that means those 125 miles we will do in about 9 hours. I mean, that's good. We can intercept them at the 10-point spot. Well, also they could be with a head start. So in worst case scenario, they're right on the line here. And in that case, they will be there in 10 hours. But that works. 14 knots. 15 knots. We're actually going a little bit faster than that. If I select that over. 127 miles. 8.5 hours. Yeah, that works. That works. We're gonna burn a lot of diesel fuel, but still. So if you're wondering how I did this, I've got the Portland speed time distance calculator right here, which is a very, very handy tool to have. And I set my speed against arrow. We're gonna use 14.5 for that. Let's see if I can get that on screen properly. Hang on, can I use the intermission screen for that? Can. Look at that. Look at me being a fancy YouTuber and Twitch streamer. So we're gonna use this thing. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so set the speed against the arrow, 14.5, and then we're gonna look in the middle here for the value of 125 miles, which is somewhere in between 100 and 150, pretty much in the middle between these two numbers, and that tells us that we're gonna be there in 9 hours. So with that, you can, you know, either you wanna know how much you can use this for whichever way around you want, either by going, okay, how much distance are we gonna do in 10 hours? Then you look at the bottom number here and it tells you that'll be almost 150 miles, or you do it the other way around. I have a distance of, let's say, I don't know, 500 miles to travel. How long will that take me if I travel at 10 knots? 10 knots is a bad example. Let's do 12 knots. I have a distance of 500 miles to travel. How long will that take me if I travel 12 knots? I set the arrow against 12, and then I look for the value of 500 in the middle. That's over there. That'll be 42 hours, pretty close to 2 days. And for slow, for low distances, low speeds, low distances, low speeds, and low ETAs, you can use the top. That's exactly the same one, only on a smaller scale. So here it is 60 minutes. Here is 1 hour. So these ones are exactly the same. So if I go 15 miles per hour, so 15 knots, it'll tell me on this side here that in 1.5 minutes I will be traveling a little less than 0.4 miles. So you can be very accurate with this, or you can be very, you can go very long distance with this as well. This is the short one. I got that one because that fit into my uniform pocket. There is a longer one with longer distances, longer times, more speeds, and on it. Very, very handy tool to have. You don't need to know how to do all the math. You just need to have a tool that lets you do this. Because you're only, you know, why would you force yourself to make more work than you need to? That's the question that I have for you. Okay, so we're gonna fast forward until 11. Yes. Well, until we arrive there, basically. We're going 16 knots. We're gonna head off the convoy a little bit. We can go against them. Also, we can do a hydrophone check when we arrive there. It's not a problem. Also, we'll arrive in Dave time, so the boys will be able to see. That'll be an updated we're having an update about the convoy. To our best knowledge, it's currently passing through the Delta Charlie Delta 322, the course of 74 and a speed of 8 knots. Charlie Delta 322. It is now 8 AM, so that was an update 7 hours later. Yes. So they're going 8 knots. And they went for 7 hours. So I can check. They should have been doing 56 miles. So I would expect them to be there. And the radio message says they are, so they must have changed course a little bit there. Charlie Delta 322 with course of 75. Charlie Delta 322. Oh. Okay. So there, I suppose. At 8:20. With a course of, let's get rid of that one. And get rid of that one with a course of 74. That'll be there. And a speed of still 8 knots, I think. 8 knots, yes. So that's still what they're going in 10 hours. Now I can probably get there. I can get there in 2 hours. That is unexpected though. They took longer than I thought. They were not going 8 hours. 8 knots. To our best knowledge. Would that be wrong? Probably something like that. We nearly passed through the entire grid square there. Something like that. And then that line. Extend that out up to until it's 80 again. There we go. So that is 24 miles. We're going 14 knots. Let's do 14 and a half because it keeps flip-flopping. And in 23 miles, that's 1 3/4 of an hour until we're there. No, that's 8. That's 2 hours. That's 3 hours. That's 4 hours. We're leading them way too much. 30, well, 15, 30 divided by 15 is obviously 2, so that's 2 hours of travel. 1, 2, we should be heading, well, let's do half an hour leeway here. Let's go there. Okay. Looking good, I think.
Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung?
Well, I suppose we found them. Escort carrier, 44 degrees. That is very unfortunate. Okay, head them off a little more. Now they just went into our radar detector range. Or that could be because of instancing loading or something, I don't know. Why are they in 40 in 7? Okay, have we fucked up that a little bit. Or that is not the same convoy, but I think it is. They've zagged. They're now going something easterly. Okay, so in that case, disengage a little bit. Get on your station. Yeah, see, that almost looks like an angle on bow 90 on that. So we're going on parallel course now. They zagged a little bit early. Yeah, so we're gonna parallel course with them for a while.
Kurs auf diese
Obviously overtake them, we're faster than them. Cancel battle stations. That's absolutely no problem. They can determine that we are shadowing them. They do have an escort carrier, so they could send planes after us. That's a problem. But we should probably report to High Command that we have made contact with that convoy. Even though they are already reading all of our messages at this point. But, I mean, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, get ahead of that convoy. We're gonna assume that's their correct course. That's the last one that we got reported. Now the Richard Yates, that sounds like an American name. Now I have the advantage of Google, I can just Google who Richard Yates was. And I'm gonna assume that is an American. An American fiction writer, yes. That is an American, so that'll be an American ship. So all the Empire class ships are already out of the question, I think. I think only the Brits use those. And Canadians, like the Commonwealth. So I'm assuming that'll be either a Liberty ship or a C3. It's not going to be a tanker, obviously, because it's solid cargo, it's a prototype. And it's not a warship, so I have to narrow possibilities here. Richard Yates. Okay. And we'll have to get ahead of the convoy even further. Maybe we can close in just a little bit whilst we do so. Isn't it amazing that we still have those destroyers as actual contact, so they must be rather close. 240? No, that's not really close. But I assume that means that they're in visual range. Or at least in the maximum range. 240. So that thing is probably something like there. 240, 210, 235. Yeah, okay, so that thing's going with a course of 074. And that thing's going with a speed of 8. And that's 1026, so that'll be 1126. Whilst we are speeding ahead at twice their speed almost. Hopefully, we can get ahead. Without them sending planes after us. I mean, obviously we can get ahead. And we need an attack angle, an attack range. But if that's external, then I want to be 1 mile inwards from the convoy, from him. If that's an external destroyer. External guard. So we want to get something like this done. Probably. Let's see how that goes. And I also want to get that escort carrier, I'm not gonna lie. Oh god. 0 degrees is bad news, because that means plane. Most likely. That's gonna ruin our entire run. Can we make a run for it? What do you think? 6 miles? No, we can't. We are kind of good with the AA guns.
Alarm!
Yeah.
Gefechtsstation!
Veer away.
Die Station. Anlauf beginnt.
You get on the AA guns. You get on bridge duty.
Sich zur Wache.
Get on command.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
You get in the CIC. You get on the engines.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt,
Radio,
Herr Kaloi.
hydrophone, all of that. Man all stations. He is going. Count course of the enemy is 262. +2 -2 is 082. So they did zag again. Only by 10 degrees though. That's fine. Oh. Oh, that was odd. Thankfully we're back. So we're gonna turn 60 degrees to port.
Kurs 1.
Really getting right ahead of that convoy. Should be seeing them in 090 now. Yes, there we go. And wait until those columns are in line, then we know that we're exactly in front of the convoy. Yeah, that's looking good. That is looking good. That'll be the carrier right there. Okay. Otto, get on the... Well, first of all, battle stations.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation!
Get on command. Get on
Los
command.
geht's, Männer! Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken!
You get on the TDC. You maintain those torpedoes. You get on the engines.
Diesel besetzen. Auf
Periscope depth.
Seerohrtiefe. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
I
Auf
disagree.
E-Motoren wechseln.
Pretty rocky sea for an attack. I don't like that particularly much. And both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Let's let them catch up.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Thank you very much. And I see you're already doing the rest as well. Very nice.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Very, very nice.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay. Yep, I guess we just gotta wait. Oh yeah, and another one.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Yep, that's looking well. I want to turn... Well, we know that they're going 084. Zero 082, I suppose. Yeah, let's go 262. And also increase speed just a little bit, just to get the turnaround. And then go directly against them. Or rather, in between those two there.
Kurs 259.
259, that works, okay. Now that'll be an escort right there. I'm fairly certain, yeah. That probably won't be one. Neither will that. So, 45 degrees to port. New course 215. Get away from that destroyer there. But I still assume that that is the escort carrier, which I definitely want to get. Definitely want to get that. Hmm. That is also a destroyer. So we'll do another 45. Hopefully that we're far enough away from the other one. Now that is a freighter. One of them has to be the Richard Yates. We're looking for an American flag. Better get closer though. Ah, I don't like that at all. Coming straight for us. But hit it. Yeah, 90 degrees support. Get away from it.
90 Grad. Backboard.
Yeah, I gotta get away from that one, that's for sure. And then there's the other one that I saw earlier. That's a freighter, never mind. Is there only one? Did I make that up? Well, that one is definitely the biggest threat at the moment, so we're gonna get away from that, and hopefully that will be enough. That is a Black Swan? No, it's not. It's got 2 stacks. It's a tribal class destroyer, I think. Yeah. Masts with not a vast difference in mast height, but 2 stacks. That's gonna be my guess that that is a tribal class destroyer. That's a tanker. Not our target. That's the escort carrier. Definitely a target. So I also want to get the tanker, I'm gonna be honest. Why wouldn't you? Now, the tribal class has a mast height of 31 meters. I currently spot that. Oh, no, don't pause. Don't cheat, come on. 40 milliradian? 2.75 kilometers away. Yeah, we can probably
90 Grad. Steuerbord.
go back
Feindliche Schiffe machen sich
inwards.
gefechtsbereit.
Zeit, unseren Mut zu testen, Männer. Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Estik geortet.
And maybe we can't. Yeah, getting into convoys is increasingly hard now. We don't have a T5 anymore, I think. We did not get a single replenishment on that. No, we did not.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Could dive away and re-engage, but I don't think that is worth it. I think I just want to see if I can find the Richard Yates and hit it as I'm still here.
70 Grad. Zerstörer. 20 Grad.
Another destroyer at 20 degrees. Is that the one that spotted us? No. Is it that one? Why is it not coming directly for us? Directly for us, sorry. Didn't get overtaken by one either. No, it is that one. Ugh. So I guess we just got unlucky that we were in the wrong place at the exact time that that one was doing a random check.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Stop pinging? Did it lose us? I guess so. That's a C3.
Kaloy, wir wurden von Estik geortet.
That's a Liberty. That's a tanker. That's not gonna be it. That's a Liberty. Could be that. That's a tanker. That's an escort carrier. That's a Liberty. Could be that. That's a Liberty. Could be that. That's a destroyer coming straight for us. That's a destroyer currently. I don't know what it's doing.
3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Thank you. Are we dead silent? Yes, we are dead slow. Very good. Get on damage control. You get on the dive planes.
Ich kümmere mich darum.
And you can dismiss your sailors. I don't know what they're doing, and that's worrying me. They're trying to circle around while they wait for their friends to arrive. Maintain sonar lock so that they don't lose it when they come straight for me. I don't know. Seems risky to me. I would, yeah, well, maybe I would do that. That's an American ship. Good. Could be them then. That one we haven't figured out yet. Okay. Aircraft attack. 342, that'll be... I thought that would be just taking off of the destroy of the carrier, but apparently not so. That's just passing overhead, I suppose. Hopefully they don't spot our periscope in the water there. That is American, as well as that one. These are our prime suspect at the moment. And then the tanker, yeah, well, 26. Yeah, that'll be an aircraft just taken off of the escort carrier. It's a problem. They are scrambling the fighters just to hunt that sub that they apparently spotted. It's right behind me at the moment. I don't have anything in the stern tube. If I had a T5, I would gladly launch that at the moment. back a little bit. In proper posture, because I'm not really in danger. I'm just playing a video game. No need to be so tense. Right, we know the convoy is going 8 knots though. Might as well already set that. We also might set tube 1. We might set torpedo speed to 44. And then reset torpedo speed. There we go. The less we need to input at the same time, the better. And well, SSA Frank Lever again. Okay, so that's not her. That's the escort carrier. That's also American. Still unknown. That is a destroyer coming. Oh boy. It's a tanker. So it's not her. Might be her. Uriah M. Rose. Also not her. Damn. I was kind of hoping that it was either of the two. Still a C3 over there. Now we're gonna go 90 degrees to starboard.
Steuerbord.
So we're gonna assume that the enemy is on this side of the convoy, and if it isn't, then we're gonna re-engage. But what we are gonna do, definitely, is we're gonna sink that tanker, and we're gonna sink that carrier. Because if we have to re-engage, I would really like it for the carrier to no longer be there. I'm gonna be honest, that is probably for future proofing this attack, this is probably a good idea. Now, carrier, Fort William, sorry, that is a tanker, not carrier. Tanker, and that is a T2 because all of the convoy carriers seem to be, or the ocean-going carrier, Jesus Christ, my words. All of the ocean-going tankers seem to be T2s. That is what I mean to say. And distance, well, T2 carriers have a mast height of 29 meters. 36, we need that anyway. And 28. 29. There we go. That on there. So we're using the right column for that one. And we're in zoom in, so we're using the rightmost column. That is 70 milliradian on 29 meters of mast height. That is 15.2. Lot tube 1. $15.2. Angle on bow, something like 70. Yeah, that thing's just spawning aircraft after aircraft. I really gotta get rid of it. And another one. We actually see them launch. Not really. Fort William, Great Meadows, also not that one. That's a British destroyer. SSA Frank Lever, we already know that one. That's a British escort carrier, and it's a bow class carrier, I think. Fort William. Yes, we are gonna lock onto that. Give it some fantasy values. And we have determined it is 1,520 away. Magnetic pistols, please, gentlemen. And the T2 has a draft of 7.1, so we'll set it at 7.5. Wait until it gets into a proper attack angle. So another 10 degrees maybe. And then we'll do another distance check. Now 29 meters of mast height, yes. That's 110. It will be 110. 970 meters, that is a distance I'm comfortable with. There we go, another aircraft. Angle on bow is probably 80. I am very bad at guesstimating angle on bow, I'm gonna be honest. That looks good. Impact angle is beautiful, torpedo speed is set. Right behind the forward wheelhouse or the forward superstructure, launch. And Richard, please give me another one. Use the cheap ones first.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Come on, don't disappoint. Even though you're the old pistol.
20 Sekunden.
I want to watch that from the periscope.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Range was off.
Treffer.
That is secondary explosions though. She's
Schwere
gone.
Schäden.
No way she'll survive that. Yeah, more explosions. That thing is gone. They usually slow down for some reason whenever combat starts. That is a British ship, so it's not gonna be her. Oh, I maybe should put the HUD back in. The SSAB Hammond. Also not her. That is a British ship, not her. Forrester, British ship. British carrier. That's the engine blown out on that one. That one's not going anywhere. It's a bit odd that they spotted us so early on and then they just refused to attack me. That was weird. Unknown ship. It's gonna be her, isn't it? Great Meadows. The Faulkner, the SSA Frank Lever. That's the carrier. That's the Forrester. That's the British one. The SSAB Hammond. Yeah, okay, it can only be the other one. Hard to port. Not gonna get the carrier then. Thank you. That's gonna be a problem. Rudder midships? No, hard port. They're going 082. So we wanna go 172.
Herr K9, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Kurs 172.
There's another tanker, that's the Great Meadows, and then there's the unknown ship over there. I can't get to that one in time, I think. I will have to speed up. That's Hedgehog firing. Flank speed.
Schneller, schneller.
Ooh, that's close by. That is scarily close by. But still a miss. And there she comes. And dropping charges. Okay. I suppose we were. Watch the stern. Let's not get rammed here. That's so weird that they stop dead when they drop depth charges. It should be the other way around. Also, they're dropping them too deep. They expected me to dive. Not happening. Where's the other one? Right there. She's probably maintaining hydrophone lock, even though I don't hear any pings anymore. How much further do we have to turn? Okay, that's not gonna work. Hard starboard.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
I would too. That thing's burning like a wildfire. We're gonna miss that very, very narrowly. Rudder amidships.
Mittschiffs.
R to port. Continue turning towards course 172.
Kurs 172.
There she is. That's gotta be our target. That has to be our target. Now, do I want to re-engage this convoy after we've got her, just to get the carrier? That is a good question. Mr. Mai, I cannot really let you get off the dive plane, off the engine at the moment. But I need you to maintain tube number 4, and you can get on the engines.
E-Motoren besetzen.
Herr Kanoin,
And we're turning, and we're nearly on course, and she's already 30 degrees off our starboard, so that she's pretty much already in our firing angle. We're gonna keep going towards her. Decrease the range. He's got a mast height of, what was that, 36? Freighter is a C3, yep. Lock onto that. C3 is 36, she's going 8 knots, we know that. We know that the angle on bow is minus, what is that? Minus 75. And the distance, that is the hard bit. Although the high speed does almost down quite a bit. It is on the zoom in. I spot her at 50 milliradian, I suppose. 26.4. That is still very far away. 26.4. And we can add that. The fantasy values. Ooh, okay, gotta get closer though. Still gotta get closer.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Thank you. Richard Yates. Yep, there she is. Maintain tube 3.
Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum.
We are going to hit her with a salvo because we definitely want her to go down. Tube 1 and 4. They are set to 44 knots. That is correct. Enemy speed is 8. The angle on bow will be red, something along those lines. And we're still closing in. And we have to remember that we switch over to manual salvo angle because the salvo angles usually are too large. Target length, I could do it over the target length, but I think 100 is the minimum value. Yeah, so if I set it to 143, which is the ship length, it recommends a salvo spread of 3 degrees, which is a little large on that distance. Plus the distance is gonna come down as well. So the spread angle is only gonna get larger with updated ranges. We're gonna manually decrease it. Stop doing that. 70 milliradian at the moment on the mast height of 36. 18.9.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
4.4. Yeah, definitely too much. I don't like that.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Estik geortet.
Yeah, we're gonna...
Hoch! Sie sinken!
That's the tanker gone. Very nice. Where's the pings coming from? There is one behind us, 2 behind us. But I don't see anyone else. Where's the one in the front? The one that initially spotted us. There. What the hell? You did a very bad job. You could have attacked us right at the beginning of that. That tanker would still be afloat. That's an angle on bow 90, if I've ever seen one. $89 degrees, I would say. Stop doing that. Stop cheating, you scum. That's 90 milliradian. 14.7. Spread angle 4.6. That's too much. Oh, we gotta fire soon. Turn command, very good. Blood tubes 1 and 4.
Wir wurden von
Torpedo depth 8. Both torpedoes magnetic, very nice.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Now on the zoom out, I get a value of that's 3, 36, 3 is 1100. Zoomed in. That's 140. 9.4. Set it to 10 and be done with it. That hedgehog is gonna miss.
Schadensbericht.
It is not. Oh god, that was a direct hit. And ahead of us too.
Im Offiziersraum.
Ah, that's a problem. Okay. Fix that. Fix that. Fix that.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle?
Fix that. Fix that. Fix that. And you guys are on control. That's good. Okay. Are the bow tubes damaged? No, the bow tubes are still alright. Okay. Angle on bow. 75. That's all set. I have to do this in pause, unfortunately. Oh, we're already dropping below. Okay. The manual spread angle. We can't use that at the moment. I wonder why. Is it because the bow room is a submarine? Or is a... I can launch them though. Is the bow receiver? Yes. Salvo. That's all set, okay. Why can't I use that? In that case, are we gonna do a manual salvo? I don't know. I can decrease it this way as well. Or I could use... We're just gonna launch.
Los! Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Estig geortet. Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
You are supposed to repair. Stop doing that.
30 Sekunden. Ja,
Also, turn on the pump.
30 Meter. 20 Sekunden.
No, don't repair that. Fucking hell.
Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Schwere Schäden.
Open, close the bulkhead.
Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Schwere Schäden.
Close that bulkhead. Get out of here, everyone.
Geräusche direkt über uns. Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Hard to port.
Ruder hart Backbord.
Come on, guys.
Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum repariert.
Excellent.
Schadensbericht.
Mr. Mai.
Anlage beschädigt. Horchgerät nicht mehr einsatzbereit.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
What are you doing? Repair that. And get... That's another explosion.
Ja?
Mr. Mai, I'm gonna need you in the bow torpedo room, unfortunately. There's still a hole in the bow room. You're gonna repair that. Why have you stopped? Because you're done. Okay, repair that. I'll get on help with that. And we're gonna die. Emergency blow ballast. Not that that's gonna help. Yeah, that was too late. Crazy, because we were at periscope depth, and I didn't think there would be that much water coming in, but there was. What a shame. Can still repair that. You can still repair that, but it's not gonna do much. We're not getting the air out of the tanks. 96. Pressure is just too great down here. Any second now it's gonna... yeah. Ah! That headshot was a good hit. I did not expect them to hit, because they never hit with those usually. That was good. Well done. Should have kept my initial plan of going after the carrier first and then disengaging. When is the last autosave? Well, when we died, obviously. Let's see what that is. That's the greed, you know? You can't be greedy. If you get greedy, then they get you. What were we doing here? Oh, we're still resupplying. Okay. Okay. And they have decided that they have no more torpedoes for us. What about food? We've already done that. Okay. Fair enough. We can get cheese here as well, I think. So we might as well get some more. Whoops! Get some more cheese. Oh, thank you. And keep going.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Furl the flag. Also on the next one I should probably have a death counter if we are not doing permadeath, which might be an idea in and of itself. And then we might not even get that mission now. Let's reset our aircraft ranges here because they are for some reason buggy when we reload a save. Could be another one right there. Yeah, and now we can see the North Atlantic air gap again. Yeah, so that whole adventure with the convoy just didn't come into fruition because we did not get that mission again. Which is fine, otherwise that could be considered safe scumming. But now I really wish we'd gotten away there. Request resupply.
Funkspruch erhalten.
U464 is right there.
Kurs setzen.
And we arrive
Kurs diese Koordinaten setzen.
still at daytime in the afternoon.
Mastspitze, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 0 Grad. U-Boot. Direkt voraus.
There she is. And port 20.
20 Grad. Backbord.
That's
Kleine
low.
Fahrt voraus.
Rudder amidships.
Oder mitschiffs.
And both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen.
There we go.
Stopp.
That was very, very good. That was just peak cinema. That hedgehog hit. Very nice. And in the front too, that I did not expect. I would have expected that if they hit us, it would be in the stern, but it wasn't. Right, our merchant and what? Why not get over there? See their cargo. We can get more bread, and that's it. We can get fuel, and there we go. 85, very nice. 83 LUT. And a normal T1. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'll take it. I like T1s. And then we're off duty for 2 hours while that stuff gets loaded. Well, that's not really off duty, is it? It's quite the opposite. More like a all hands on deck station kind of situation. We do have these ones in here. We have a normal T3, so that's singular ship during daytime. That's convoy attack during nighttime, hopefully. That is singular ship. Well, that's LUT. That's when the engagement is already started and they're already zigzagging. Okay, so we're completely stocked up again. Never mind. One more thing. That one. And return to ship. 40 seconds. Very nice. Okay. Both engines. Dead slow ahead. And we'll head back out there. Yeah, let's patrol this general area here.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin. Uboat 180 Grad.
Yeah, we know.
Ich bin sehr müde.
He's very tired. He is indeed. There we go. And let's
Funkmesssignale
keep.
geortet. Peilung 80 Grad.
That's gotta be a convoy then.
Herr Kaloin.
A dozen contacts. Yep. A dozen contacts. Well, considering that merchant ships do not have radar yet. Radar is not being used as a navigational tool yet. It's just for warships. That means that there's a dozen escorts on that convoy. Seriously lowering my motivation to attack that. But I suppose we gotta. But we don't have to do it today. And that's a good thing. So after that painful thinking earlier there, I think it's more than fair to call that a day. I want to thank you guys for watching. If you like what you saw, you may give me a like, you can subscribe, and you can give me a follow. You all know that. You are all digital natives at this point. At least I hope you are. And yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you guys for watching. And I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.